Well, hello everyone. Welcome in. We actually got started on pretty close to what our normal start time is. Yeah, we're zoomed out here a little. Kind of take a look around the area of Mid-America Airport, Scott Air Force Base. And yeah, folks, pretty simple. Scott Air Force Base on one side, Mid-America on the other side of the trees. So let's kind of let it start working its way in. As we start talking this up, yes, we are flying back into the Phoenix area, not to Phoenix Airport this time. This time to one on the southern, western, or eastern side, Mesa. Allegiant Air likes to frequent this place, so we're going to head in there and see what kind of damage we can do today. I mean, see how much fun we can have today. All right, we're just coming over midfield here and headed down into it. We're going to be flying Tolis's A319. Now, I do have the updated Flight Factor A320. Hope to see that in action here soon. But for now, we're going to use Tolis. And I'll be honest, one of the big reasons I like this plane is quite frankly what they've done under the hood, if you will. Went too far. There we go. Um, they put a lot into that FMC, folks, and I really like it. Now, I don't use, and I'll be honest, I don't use a lot of it, mainly because I still don't understand how. But what I do understand, I will use, and well, we'll show it off here a little. So there it is, the A319-112 from ToLis. It's the CFM version. Allegiant flies them. They are an oddball out there, folks. Most of the identifying characteristics is one over the wing door. They put two. So that's one of the big ones. And also makes it sometimes difficult to, when you're looking at them, to tell the 320 and the 319 apart. You got to really know that it is shorter because they aren't much, it's an interesting breed. All right, so let me bring up the route here for you. Should come up. And as you can see, we're going to be flying the Lindy 8 out of here. So let's get up into the office, bring up some toolkit, and talk about the flight. Where are you, Sim Toolkit? There you are. All right, Sim Toolkit. So as you can see, well, it looks like Memphis below us is online, not for us. And we got about 43 minutes to departure, as you see right here. All right, so getting into the flight itself. You see from the chat room, we're on the Lindy 8 to Vichy, to KK48 Echo, KA36 Uniform, to Zuni, and then in on the Hootie 1 arrival. So pretty simple to program, really simple in this plane. I mean, super simple. So out of Mid-America, we're at 459 feet. We got a 10,000 foot runway that we'll be using. And, some neat features here. Some of the airports give you this where you can see, oh, so they said kilo to the runway. Okay. See what I'm saying? How easy that is. And then our loadout. Okay, today's loadout, and I do got to update something, of course. All right, hang on a second. Where are you? There you are. And, oh man, I was remiss and didn't. Okay, well, that's probably right. So, we're looking at 135 passengers, zero fuel weight of 120, 193 on the pounds, clocking out of here with 23,681 pounds, or as close as we can get. Cost index for the flight's 21, and we'll cruise at 36,000. Now this side is I'm using the United hyphen 18 flight plan for the format for this, so that's why it doesn't look like normal. Very difficult. Very difficult to show off because it's not as nicely formatted in ways to make sense here, only on SimBrief is it. And I don't get it, so, you know, but as I always like to say, it is what it is, folks. Navgraph still not hooking in. I don't know how to get that. I haven't had time to look it up. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. And looks like we have a little bit of a crosswind on our takeoff. It's a neat little graphic. For those not savvy with winds and directions and all. But, so we'll go ahead, pull Sim Toolkit away. And let's get going, shall we? Now, first and foremost, do a quick tour of the plane. Here's your McDo's, both on each side. Very, very good pieces of equipment. However, let me roll in here and zoom. Go ahead and pop on our radios real quick. All right, so if we go to the mechanic, we can now, from the radio panel, request external power. We already have it. Request chocks. We already have it. We need high pressure air, low pressure air. We can make that request. Clicking this little plus sign moves on to the next one. If we're not using better pushback, or we want to use the pushback within here, the pushback within here works off of this. Folks, distance is meters. 100 meters is going to send you 100 yards or more. So it's actually pretty good, folks. I've used it a couple times. We're going to try better pushback today. If we want to request the fuel for today, which remember we saw as, hang on, 23,000. Well, we got to figure the difference between here and put that in to bring it up to it. This is where it's a little complicated to me. Now, same with the cargo areas, and this is where I'll go back to what we're used to, the ToLis ISCS screen, okay? And then finally, if we're going to de-ice, which we are into that season now, folks. Don't rule it out yet. I know some of you are griping and moaning and groaning, but guess what? It is now upon us. Unless, of course, you're in Florida, then you're griping and moaning because something called Nicole, you know, she came ashore. All right, and now you can set your passengers here as well. All right. The neat thing is, though, when it's time to push and set, you can go flight attendants, armed doors, cross check, boom, done. All right, so some neat features there. And so from there, let us move on. Let's get this bird powered up. And you're all going, why is there power if the batteries are off? I'll explain. I liked how, and I'm going to give him credit for it, V1. Really made sense to me when he explained the why behind it. And I didn't know this. And I actually work in the firehouse here at Mid-America. I didn't know this. Again, it's not pertinent to fire, but it's an interesting thing to note. All right, so as you can tell, we do have power on the plane. And that is because we're running on the external power. Now, one thing I did not know, and you know, I really should as a firefighter know it. They turn when they're in between flights. Now, granted, in between flights here is 40 minutes, and then they're out of here again. So they probably don't do this. Let's say they come in and this crew leaves, new crew comes on. They might do it then. They turn the batteries off. And you're all going, what? They turn the batteries off. And the reason for that, and I did not know this part, that the external power from time to time will kick out, meaning it's not sending juice to the plane. If that happens, you're on your batteries. Guess what's happening? That's right, you're draining battery power, which means you may have to get a jump start to get started, so to speak. Pretty interesting stuff. That was some very good information, and I do appreciate it. A lot of the information from the stream is very good. I learn a lot every time I tune in. So, but anyway, let's get into it. Okay, so let's drop down. There's a nice view of the outside. Let's just work our way up. Parking brakes on, spoilers down, flaps up, ignition's off. Hang on. Oh, I hate it when my mouse gets in the spot. Masters are off, normal. Radar is off. Transponder is in standby. But we'll go ahead and click it over to on. And up one. And bear with me a second. I don't think I set a flight plan up yet. We get a flight plan in for VATSIM. We're due out of here in a few minutes, so they'll be okay. That all looks good. Put that in. Looking good. Maybe. It's thinking about it. There it goes. All right. So we got the flight plan in. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and connect up. Better pull that back up. Okay, I went with AAY. And if you're looking for me out there, folks, it's AAY572 A319. Okay. And you can see it on the screen there. Alrighty. So as we were working up, our radar is off. Our transponder is showing mode C. However, we're not in TARA or any of those. Lighting is set. We turned the radios on. Moving up the panel. Landing gear levers down. 3 green. Moving up top real quick. Wipers are off and batteries are coming on. Okay, batteries are now on. Put a normal flow. Okay, we got our lights set. We are ready to start into this. All right. So let's work up this side. Well, we've already got ground control on. Okay. I don't know if they talked to us on this or not. Okay, I'm assuming they don't. So we'll just keep working our way up. Everything's looking good. We'll go to nav, on bat, and status. All right, so we're going into a line, working our way up here. Lights are set. Okay, everything came on up here. All the lights here, all the lights there. All right, so everything's looking good. I moved our pack flow up to norm. I may push it up to high the further we go along here, folks. Working our way through. On, generators should be off. Well, showing fault because the engines aren't running. Pumps are on. Let's do a quick fire check. Okay. Looking good, and we'll get the other radio on. All right, working up our final side. The engine starts are closed. We're on good here. Everything looks good, folks. On the top, moving down. I got to get used to that. Ooh, boy, do I got to get used to that. All right. 3 green. Landing gear down yet again. Auto brakes are off. Nose wheel steering switch is on. Just making sure I haven't forgotten anything. It looks like we're good. And then one last check down this way before the McDo's. Okay, everything looks good. All right, let's do a quick check here. Engines. Okay, we got plenty of oil. Hydraulics are looking good. And we need to begin fueling the aircraft. So let's do that. I will do it from up here just because I find it easier for myself. All right, so I am looking to throw 135. Cargo, drop to 0 for now. Where's that put my 0 fuel weight? Okay. $93, we'll go with that. So 400 pounds in the box, okay. Fuel, 23,681. Okay. Set. All right, we are set there. Ground services are still good. We're not using the pushback, so we'll, just so you know. $93. Okay, we're 30 pounds light. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the plane's loaded. 23,800. We have 6 minutes to align, so I'm going to go through here and really meticulously make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, we'll walk through it. Okay, our battery's ground. We checked external power, fuel pumps on. We're fueled. We don't have the APU started up yet. However, we could. So we put it to start, or on, and what we're looking at here is the APU panel. It's opening the flap so the air can get into the engine. It'll tell you when the flap's open. Okay, flaps open. We click start. Yeah, I think this is actually, of all the aircraft we've flown of late in X-Plane12, actually starting up at the right speeds, some of the engines. The flight factor just right to action, way too fast. Along with the Fearless yesterday, it was a little speedy on it too. Now, granted, Fearless isn't ready for general release. Light Factor says it was. So, they got to maybe pull that back a notch or two. Okay, we're looking for a veil. We just got it. All right, so with that, let us move on. Cockpit lights are set. Probe heats are showing on. Auto. Auto, here's what they look like on. There really is no off for them. Air conditioning panels set. Put up in the back. Let's take a look at how that's. Get it warmed up a little before we start taking on passengers. Well, it would help in order to do this to have the bleed on. Now it's warming. Okay, it'll work on that. Okay, we'll go ahead and unload that. There we go. Okay, back up top, the gen lights are on. The ventilation panel set. ADIRs are aligning. Strobe lights, seat belts, emergency lights, pack flows. Engine fire check, and it's time for the McDo's. We're down to 2 minutes. If we ever need to get back to this page, folks, all you do is go to Data Aircraft Status. But for us, we start with the initialization page. Now, if you remember in the beginning, I said this plane is really easy. Correct? I know I said that. And you're about to see just how hard it is to get the initial plan, the initialization done, the flight plan, and eventually the performance. All we do is click Initial Request. Okay, it's linking, uplinking. You got the title. Here it comes in. Isn't that slick? Okay, we're aligning the IRS. Got about a minute or two to go on it. Now, one thing I am looking at here is 51. That does not look right. Okay. Okay, so we got that taken care of. Now, here's the part I really like. So we got all the basic initialization done. They put us at 27 or 21. There's our initialization. And we're all good over here. All right. So now let's turn our attention to the F plan. Oh, look, it's already there. Told you it's pretty nice. Go over here to the departure, 14 left. Then the 8, go ahead and do it. We're going out to Fitchy. Insert. Okay, everything's looking good. Now, for our arrival, we are looking at the there it is, Hootie. We're going to do the same thing down here. Click the arrival, click arrival. Going for 30 left. Maybe, maybe not. That may be an RNAV. Hang on a second. Alright, I'm looking them over. 30 Charlie. Ooh, it is an RNAV. Let's take a look. Okay, right now, I don't like this. Alright, so I'm gonna do that one. Alright, I'm trying to get back to where it was. There I was. Okay. Sit down. Alright, so we may be changing over to 30 Charlie just because that ILS is there. Oh boy. Alright, I would just like the chart. Hang on, folks. Sorry for the delay here. Still trying to learn everything here with this new Charts 8. It's still giving me headaches. All right, there we go. That is not what I put in. Okay. There we go. All right. Phew. That just got to be way too much there, folks. You know, sometimes the easiest thing to do is not to do a thing to the old program. All right. Anyway, sorry, man. We got hung up there big time. All right. So where was I? ILS 30. Coming in. What's that arrival? There is, I thought, a transition on this, maybe not. Okay. I'm not going through that again. Hang on a second. I'll just come here. Yeah, Udi has too. How about that? And let's look at the ILS. OB shows up. Nope. There we go. And we'll insert it. Holy mackerel. That was a little complicated. All right, let's click F plan. Do a quick plan check here. We'll drop it to 20. F plan next. All right, clear. There we go. We're not going out to St. Louis. We're going to go direct Claire, Vichy, then on to the approach. So we'll vector ourselves there. It looks good, folks. Usually it'll tell us it cleared. Okay, it's not going to let us. Okay. All right, so we'll just leave it. We'll be fine. We'll be down there shortly. All right, let me clear that chart off here. Next up, back to the initialization page. We go one to the right. Should have the right numbers in here. 120.2 is correct. 28.6. They're calling it 0.5. That's fine. And 28. No, I'm not. Block fuel 23.7. All right, that all looks good. Okay, trip and time look good. Now we're going to the perf page. Now, you rush this, folks, you'll miss that it will do a lot for you. I'm going to check it out over here, too. No, I don't know of a slope. Now, a couple things I like doing here, folks. I'm going to give you the link, and you can go there yourself. Stand by. You go to this link, folks. You may have to click next, but anyway, or to the main page. You're going to be... Stand by, folks. Sorry, folks. I don't know if you heard that boom in the back. Thought my wife had fallen, but the wind had caught the door behind her and slammed it closed. So, all right, ticker check over. All right, so we need to put in here our gross weight. Which is 144,434. CG. Let's go with 28.5. We'll go 28. Oh, come down. Okay. And calculate. All right, so let's see how close what I got on it. 143, 144. We're showing 145, 147. All right, so over here, what I want you to click is the TO uplink TO data. Takeoff data request. Okay, and insert. Boom. Theirs is a little different. Now they're showing us toga. Same thing here, toga. Oh no, they're not. Flip that around. And look, they match. Just checking something out here. 30. Okay, and clear. So that all matches. I want to make this 1/up. 0.1. And we are not flexing, so toga. And that's all good. Now, these numbers you can leave as is. There is a site out there, that Blackbox 711. He's a streamer, real world pilot as well. That if you're flying in Europe, I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. Middle East, up in that region. He flies over in Europe. So he has a site where he actually has the formulas that make these numbers. Plug them in and see what happens. Transition level, you may have to switch as well. We're 18,000 here, that's correct. So we're all set to go by McDo. All right, moving on to the next section. Okay, our peeps are loaded. And we're just within minutes of pushing back here, folks. Let's get these set up the way I like. I think I like this over here. That's perfect. Clear, perfect. All right, so we're going to move to the middle of the screen here. Altimeters. And I just go to Sky Vector, folks. 3006, 30-06. Okay. Oh, I thought I had, oh, I did have them synced. I just didn't. You gotta flip them over. Okay, next up in the list, flight directors, both on. Constraints, LS, in case we have to come back. Now, set these for what you want, folks. I set 20 on this one, 40 on this one. It's your call. Now, next up is make sure your speed is dashed, your heading is dashed. Now set your heading, or your altitude. Usually a clearance out of here stops us at 7. We're going to take it all the way up. And we'll hold off at 36. Got a little zealot there. Okay, anti-squid again on. Switching panels are right here. They're all normal, pointing up. Transponder is now set. And I'm going to go ahead and push over to TARA. We're not turning the radar on yet, but I am going to move the panel up 5. Can turn these two over. I think I need to get a radio frequency in here. And let's tune it over here too. Not the same frequency, but one that I can use. Okay, that'll work for now. All right, so we are all set here. And we are ready, folks. Let me fire up Mac Air. Get credit for the flight. In the meantime, we'll finish up boarding, get the door closed, and get this thing ready to do its business. Well, folks, I hope you're all having a great Thursday. We are in the slide to the weekend. Hope y'all are enjoying. I know Florida, I know y'all are getting soaked and by a lovely hurricane by the name of Nicole. Hopefully it won't last long. But the tropical season is winding down, folks. I know it's hard to tell, but well, when you have African dust, as they call it, through most of the spring and summer, well, gonna push the hurricanes off to a later time. So, all right, so 319 Mid-America to Phoenix to Mesa. Okay. All right, we're looking at 36. That's our route. And we'll turn that off and start. Okay, so we got that all set and ready to go. We're gonna move now down and call the mechanic. Oh wait, let's go ahead and I do want to call him. Okay, the doors are closing on the cargo. Okay. Should show on the screen here. Let's go ahead and get better pushback on its way.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, while he's driving up, okay, doors closed. Slides are armed. And by the way, folks, a hearty thanks to the X-Plane team. They got the jetways working here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And one last thing to do. Flight attendants, armed doors, cross-check.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect. Tow connected and bypass been inserted. Release parking brake.
And I like to do this at the end, folks. Make sure everything is removed, closed, and ready. Okay.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, let's get our beacon on. That's the only thing I didn't do. All right, let's start them up. First thing we do, move it to ignition start, which is one click right. Start engine 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, we are standing by, waiting on a veil, which should be any minute. If it didn't just happen, I think we missed it. Okay, so we'll start up number 2.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. Well, see you next time and have a safe flight.
All right, the other engine is now available, number 2. He showed us the pins. Let's in turn. Okay. Like I said, engine 2 is available, so we're good to continue on. All right, so we'll come down here first, put the switch in normal. All right. Okay, now we can come up top here. APU bleed can come off. They really bounce us around. Ground spoilers to arm. Flaps to 1. Pitch trim set. Going to 0.1. So what I'm going to do is come up here to flight controls and pull it out here. You can see rudder trim right there, pitch trim. And what I'm going to do is just simply make it read right there. while I'm here. Okay, flight controls are good. Again, unload. Doors are in slide, so they're good. One last time up here for now. Let's pull out. Brakes set to max. And cabin notified, and we'll do our takeoff config check here as we're taxiing. All green, ready to go. Okay, cabin's ready. All right, as we taxi, nose wheel light taxi are on. Taxiing to 14 left. Parking brakes released. We'll get the elapsed time running here shortly, like right now. As I get us straight down the runway or taxiway. Okay. All right, folks, welcome to my home airport, my office, right there in those gray buildings, although they're not gray. But anyway, that would be where I work. So, but anyway, we're on our way. Enough about me. Let's get this thing to the end of the runway, shall we? And folks, again, I want to say thank you to B4 Attitude, otherwise known aka Bad Attitude, for the assistant yesterday. Captain Rainbow, welcome aboard, folks. I have been so remiss in not following my chat. Let me catch up right now, shall I? Let me pull that out so I can try not to be. Welcome aboard, all of y'all, and I'm popping it out right now. All right. Don't crash. Oh, now you take all the fun out of things, Bad Attitude. Come on. Isn't this like NASCAR? Everyone tunes in to watch somebody crash. All right, now I do know there is a slope here because things do speed up for some reason. I don't ever notice it there, but X-Plane put one in. And I don't remember the off-coloring to the taxiways here, but they seem to see it, so I don't know. All right, we'll be ready at the end of the runway. Just do a couple more quick checks here. Flight controls have been checked, brakes have been checked, FMA. Let's make sure we're good to go in the center. Okay, everything's good. Auto brakes max terrain on now. And call purser, takeoff config, and we're ready to go. With that, Mid-America traffic, Allegiant 572, departing runway 14, left, Lindy 8 departure. Okay, let's bring the strobes on. All right, transponder we'll make sure is TARA on the runway. The only center I see up on my screen, folks, is DC, so they're not a factor. Hang on just a second, folks. I'll be right back. Oh my, sorry about that, folks. Oh. Oh, I hate when that happens. All right, so clear some things up here. And let's see what we can do. Again, my apologies for that. All right, lights on. We're cleared for takeoff. No centers still. You know, one thing I would love is if these all could be at least the same position. All right. But other than that, great airplane. Here we go. Brakes off. Okay, we're blue. 80 knots.
V1. V2.
Gear up.
All right. Let's get over here to a heading of about 265. Okay. Out there. All right, what I'm going to do is just quickly get her going direct. Let the autopilot take it from here. There'll be a slight course correction, but I knew about 265, 270 should put us pretty close to it. Okay, there we go, folks. She's just flaps up. And after takeoff checks, we have autopilot's on, throttles, flaps up, engine mode normal. We didn't have to change standard and transition, and we're in cruise. All right, we're just through 7,000 on our way. A little bit of meandering still. Keep an eyeball out on that. All right, set to 40. go. I know setting the weather radar is kind of silly on a day like this, but you know what, folks?
10,000 feet.
Okay, 10,000, lights off. There we go, folks. We're into cruise. There's Cahokia Airport, Dupo below us, City of St. Louis is right in here, folks. Lambert would be kind of visible up here. And then the airport we left, of course, behind us. Not even sure if visible. So there you go, folks. We're on our way. I hope y'all enjoy. Just making sure everything's good. And we're back into cockpit. Cruising along. Why the ETE did not come up. Oh, an Albuquerque Center is available today. We'll see if they, what's going on with them. Here shortly, I see the hurricane is already pretty much through much of Florida. Let me back out. The eye is north of Tampa. Even this right, or pretty close. So, getting ready to re-emerge into the Gulf. Right, I am gonna put some music on here. Queso and dips. Oh, my wife would be jealous.
18,000 feet.
And standard. Just want to make sure we're standard across the board. We are. I may have to change my cameras on here. Kinda not liking what I've done. Also not liking how I set things up in the A320. So, may have to go through, oh, I got to, de-arm the spoilers. And how I got that, folks, was right here. There was an alert. Oh, let's do... Okay, it didn't save it. Okay, so good, clear. All right, get a little further in and we'll do a status check on all things, get our fuel balanced, the whole 9 yards. All right, yeah, it looks a little better. All right, folks, so we are moving along now. I want to make sure we make the turn here in Clare. We should. I don't see a reason we shouldn't. But you never know. Kansas City Approach is online. Well, isn't that kind of interesting? Alright, things are always weird here. Alright, let's check one other thing that's been going kind of weird. Let's see. I don't know why it didn't work the other way. Alright, so we're 2.5 hours out. We're approaching 36. Make sure lights and all are out. Don't need the wings on anymore. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, folks, kind of zoom in a little. Okay, we're going to click the All button and just kind of click our way through. So everything, bleed looks good, cabin pressures look good. Hydraulics, fuel. Alright, well, we obviously have a discontinuity here. We got 8600 over here, 8400 over there, cross feed coming on. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead, since now they're both feeding both engines, shut off this side. That is a normal warning, folks. Just making sure our engines are doing well. And now we're just waiting for them to balance. Shouldn't take long. Conceivably, you could go on, but I like to just wait, get this taken care of. Okay, we're almost there. And basically, once we hit 84 even, bring them both back online. So now this engine, at the moment, with the cross feed on, is feeding over to here and here. Same with this engine, here and here. Okay, everything appears fine. Cross feed closing. Happy with it. On we go. APU should be closed. Alright, here's our temperatures. They are feeling very nice in the back. 75 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to go ahead, more time up here. Kick it up a little. Normally we keep it a little colder in the cockpit because the sun's usually beating in on it. So that's why. Alright, back down. Okay, so condition, next over. Oxygen. Okay, now we're looking mainly that the slides are armed, and this is the cockpit oxygen, folks. The oxygen in the cockpit only. That the pilot first officer donned to do their emergency descent. Want to make sure that's green and at least 1800. Doors are closed. Temperatures look good. And then here's our surfaces. Everything looks good. A quick note that Airbus does. Melvin, Leroy. Yes, sir. Understood. Yep. Cross-feeding in the small planes is always, oh, yum, yum, yum. I get the fuel balance always out of whack when I used to fly. So, but the big thing Airbus does here, folks, they tell you which hydraulic system powers which surface. For instance, your speed brake has all three. Ailerons, the blue and the green only, so the yellow has nothing to do with it. The yellow, however, with the green, work the pitch trim. And the rudder, all three, but again, look at the elevators. Left elevator by the blue and the green, the right elevator, yellow and blue. So, again, when you run into failures, and by the way, I'm going to do another bit of showing off here with it. Okay, back in case status is normal. Recall. And we're back to the page. All right, that reminded me of something to show off here. Oh wait, I'm thinking flight factor. Sorry folks. Got the two screwed up. Same planes, just different company that made them in the flight sim world. All right, so over here is where you could show this off. The flight factor actually can really produce some emergencies now. So and I'm gonna have to find a book if I'm gonna play with them. So because you can fail different hydraulic systems, engines, ADERs. I'm trying to think what else I saw. And I'm like, oh my goodness, you better know what you're doing when you do that. V1, that's something for you to potentially investigate. But I know you're enjoying Must Fuss so much. That's okay. To each their own. All right, so, but this one, we have a nice aft tab. We're doing pretty good on frames on this plane. We weren't doing so well on Fearless yesterday. We were hovering in the upper teens to low 30s, so call it 20s. No, seriously, we had a, here we're way up there. So could I bring the settings up? Probably, maybe. And I may try here with future flights. We'll see. But you got your weight and balance. Again, same things apply here. Takeoff performance coming soon, landing performance coming soon. Be interesting to see. Oh, I didn't mean to click that one. As we, oh, we're out over Kansas now. No, we're in Missouri still. Misread. Lake of the Ozarks, folks. I gotta see this. Granted, we're in flyover, but you know what? That does. Okay, granted, these areas look a little kind of like to fly down there low and slow and see what it looks like. I may have to do that here soon. I think I have the perfect airplane sitting in my hangar for that. We'll keep that in mind. But anyway, there you go, folks. The ToLis X-Plane12 A319. But Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Hope you had a great Wednesday. Was it Wednesday flight you guys were flying Wyoming, or Tuesday? I heard instrument conditions were the rule. The deer and the antelope were hiding. Well, they would be doing that if I was flying around, so they know better than to get out, because I'll hit them. And it's not on accident, it's just my airplane here. And that, by the way, the system check you saw me do, folks, most real crews, I've been told, do that about every 30 minutes or so to make sure all the systems are working good, and probably top of descent, pretty close to it. Just again, we're now into the phase that counts. But be looking for the new Flight Factor A320. I am going to do my best to fly it Friday. I think it's Friday. No, I work Friday. That's tomorrow. So probably Tuesday-ish when we return to the Mac Air's Africa tour. Yeah, I know I have a plane already in Cape Town, bottom end of Africa. But we just took off from Kenya, headed up to Djibouti, and then we're heading over, I believe, let me pull that up. I need to refamiliarize what our schedule is. Okay, yeah, Tuesday the 15th, HDAM, Djibouti to HCMM. And forgive me, folks, I don't know what that stands for yet, or haven't memorized it because it doesn't stick out like Djibouti. HM, what is it? Oh, HCMM, Mr. Google. Mogadishu, oh man. We're going into Mogadishu, Somalia. I did not know that. All right, so that's where we're headed out of Djibouti. Then, yeah. Then we'll be doing Midway Airport to Las Vegas. And this one, folks, Friday, that next week, will be Huntsville, not Huntsville, Huntington, West Virginia to Miami. The one I want you to put on your calendar is Saturday morning, 19 November. Going to be firing up big old Fearless 747, hopefully X-Plane12. And we're going to launch for Anchorage. 8-hour flight, folks. Pack a lunch and a dinner and maybe a midnight snack. But anyway, we've got a haul ahead of us. That is again on Saturday the 19th. I am planning, if I can find my way out of bed, 7 a.m. So giving you an idea, it's 8.5 hours to Anchorage from Miami. It is heavy haul day. So hope to see you all. Hawker will be along. A couple of others have hinted they will be. So, you know, let's just make it a nice group. We'll work it on VATSIM. And, you know, we'll deal with controllers as controllers pop in and out on us. I'm kind of calling it my over the land. Or cross the land, because I know VATSIM uses that, but they use it from Europe to the middle or to the Far East and backwards and the other way. So we'll call it cross the land in the North America. It's about 3,800 miles, I think is what I remember it at. So look forward to seeing y'all up there. Like I said, one of the big goals of this stream is to excite you to get up and fly. You don't have to fly the Iron like this, folks. You can get into the little tin cans, the little Cessnas, the little Pipers. They're just as fun to fly. And most of us users, you know, you're down where all the eye candy is. This is flyover country, folks. You don't really need to see anything out the windows. It's when you get down below 10,000 feet does scenery become a thing to look at. So, but anyway, don't care what sim you're on, just would love to see you in the air, folks. And if you can't, you know, I understand. 8.5 hours flying, that's rough. Folks, there's a lot of places along the route you can fly with us or fly. It's a great day to get up and fly on a Saturday. Again, Saturday the 19th. After that, trying to put time to fly a sim the following week here in the United States will be rough, as it's Thanksgiving week. So Saturday I thought would be a really good time to do that. Actually, it wasn't my idea. My idea had already been on the table, as that's what I was going to fly. Hawker 125s, who you can beat upside the head. What do you mean, putting us on an 8.5 hour group flight? So, but anyway, folks, join us. He's going to be in a dumpster, McDonnell Dumpster 11. I'm going to be flying a Boeing 747. It might boing all the way over there. Fly the A330 if you've got X-Plane. That's something I even actually toyed with in the back of my mind, switching over to it. So I just don't have any stick time in it. I haven't really looked at it. I even thought about the Citation 10, but you know, folks, I just gave you 2 other ideas with X-Plane12 and a whole litany of them if you're an X-Plane11. So, it's November 19th. It's a Saturday. Hope to see you bright and early. Europeans, you'll be like, oh, that's not bright and early. Heck, that's at midday. We're afternoon. What are you talking about? So, come on, one and all, join us for a great flight. All right, Albuquerque Center is now showing up on my VATSIM or X-Pilot. So we'll see what they have to say when we get a lot closer to them. Let's get back into cockpit and make sure we are heading in the right direction. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and bump out another notch. We're on like a 400-mile leg here, folks. So, look at all the clouds. All right, so looking at the actual low for Nicole looks to be in the Cross City, Crystal River, Inverness, Florida area. Gainesville is kind of pulling away from, but the eye itself is, I think, emerging back over the waters. Let's see, Jacksonville, Cedar Key, which is, I'm trying to see if there's any familiarity for folks in the area. Now, Cross City's the closest, Gainesville, and so forth. So it is coming back out into the Gulf, and working towards, but the way the path is supposed to go, work up towards Tallahassee and into Georgia, and then kind of right into the mid-Atlantic. We'll see. I haven't seen where it really could come back out into the Atlantic and then skirt the coast up like many do. So, you know, thinking right now is, without seeing all the charts and whatever, that it's going to roll just south of Atlanta, right up through Bristol, Tennessee, into the Northeast. So that's the consensus out of the National Hurricane Forecast models. Like I say, there are a few that swing it out to hug the coast once it hooks back in. So, you know, time's going to be the one to tell, folks. So, but that's Nicole right now. I just thought I'd move Sky Vector. You know, let me see. I think. Let me check something, see if that's going to work. Oh, perfect. All right. Speaking of Sky Vector, here we go. Those interested, this is what we're showing. Showed this to Bad Attitude yesterday. Something neat you can do. You can open up this thing called layers. You see you got a couple here. Nav will give you Pacific tracks, North Atlantic tracks, and Australian flexible tracks in play right now. FBOs, you know, this is actually can be used by corporate pilots to plan their flights. But here it is. Now, on this one, you can do a lot, folks. You can pull up TFRs. There's one right there for the Washington area. One right here for the Space Coast, for launches that are going on. You can set it up for segments, outlooks, icing, which there is some in the area. Turbulence. Go figure that one. Instrument rules. You can tell there's a bunch there. Mountain obscurations. I don't think you're going to see that much, but then you can get satellite, the clouds, heights, hide below 26,000, which won't be in effect here. But it just, you know, really can give you a lot of information. So, now, next time you take a trip, it does work in Europe, by the way, folks. It all depends if they're talking to each other correctly. But in the United States, it works fabulously. Let's just kind of slide our way. Here's a TFR along the border. Let's see what we have. We don't have any precip out here today. How's turbulence going? We're going to kind of work our way through some, around some, and icing. We shouldn't have any. Up in the northern part, that makes sense. Instrument flight rules. And now we could see mountains obscured. Let's get rid of IFR. So now you can see where things get kind of, you got to be careful. Mountaintops are covered, folks. You could get into one of those alleyways. You can't turn around and get out. Many a general aviation aircraft have done that, especially in Alaska. But it's not to say it doesn't happen down here either. So, all right, and PIREPs. I get a few. Turbulence, zero turbulence, more zero PIREP. All you do is click on them to see what they are. That one's turbulence. Citation at 13,005 light rime icing, 13,500. Now we can come back over here. Believe it or not, we're getting a lot. Ooh, we got something heavy, moderate clear icing at 15. Light rime at 10. See, turbulence, that's expected. Haze layer above. I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, I mean, this is a great tool, folks. Skyvector.com. And really, it gives you a lot of great information. All right. I am going to just kind of sit back, let you all take over the chat room. I'd love to hear from y'all, who's all out there. So feel free to speak up, let us know you're there and where you're from. And you all enjoy the ride. We got about 2 hours to go. I'll give it about an hour and then we'll get into the arrival brief. Alright folks, sorry about that. I had to stretch my feet. Stretch my body out. Alright. Let's see how the weather in St. Louis is about to change. Welcome to the Midwest, by the way, folks. Been in the 70s and 80s for the last couple of days. We'll be dropping about 40 to 50 degrees tonight, as tomorrow's supposed to be low 50s, maybe 40s, and on into the week of into next week. So, but I know most of you don't live anywhere near St. Louis, so what happens here either has already happened or will in the future. Okay. All right, so well, let's see, where do we stand? About an hour and 55 out, so. Locker 125, welcome in, sir. Hope the day at the airport is going well. Takeoff went smooth. We are in the A319, so. And, you know, the more I look at it, the clouds are getting better. I mean, they still got that egg carton look to it, but from what we first saw in the first betas to today, they do look incredibly better. So, let's see, I'm looking at my flight route. That is McConnell, I think, right down there. Huh. All right, so about an hour and 50 or so minutes, so about 45 more minutes, and then we'll start thinking about our arrival into Mesa, Arizona. Oh, I thought we were following. What I get for thinking. And again, folks, don't forget about the 19th. I know I spent a lot of time earlier on it. Group flight Miami to Anchorage. 8 hours, folks, starting at about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning till whenever. A lot of people out there looking at Sky or Sim Toolkit wanting to fly into Hurricane, into Cane. Yeah, I have to say I like the dark one there. Oh, excuse me, folks. Yeah, we got little wisps, little lines of rain where we've been flying over here. Probably the edge of the weather coming. And since we really didn't look at it much, folks, let me go ahead and bring that up. You know, more and more lately, I've begun to feel like more of a infomercial. But yesterday was a big update day for me, probably for a lot of you out there. Not only did we go to Beta 12 on the X-Plane, charts updated, X-Bot or X-Pilot updated, and not too long ago, and charts updated from the old version to version 8, which you see on the screen. I'm going to try and let people get a better look at it. Okay, so you can kind of see it's really a lot like the old one with some minor changes. You know, you don't have the drop down here, but you do have these filters. So you have a little bit more out there. What's coming supposedly will be overlaid weather, overlaid, you know, a lot of stuff. I have a feeling they're trying to kick this up to be like a Sim Toolkit, Palanta type product. And, you know, stick to what you're good at, charts. I always say, stick to what you do the best. But it gets complicated here. This is where I have problems with it. You can search for airports here. I'm still trying to learn all of this, folks, and it is not going easy. But basically, this is setting up your flight. Here's where you can change from IFR high to low to VFR. Here's what VFR means. It's not a sectional per se, but I can turn things on to give you that. Again, I can go here and turn on roads, railways, power lines, cross. So you can see, are they even turned on? They are turned on. Okay, so we just haven't gotten down low enough. I'll stick with a regular section. I went dark on this once. I like it. Try it. But anyway, folks, that's charts 8. And from time to time, it looks better when I put it in it like this. But anyway, folks, something new that came out, something for you to look at. It's your call. I mean, if you got charts and you're updating it, guess what? You're going to get an update message. I will honestly say I kind of still like the old version. But I just haven't gotten used to it. That could be it too, so. In that area that we remember we saw the turbulence on the Sky Vector. We're kind of in that area right now, folks. All right, let's take a look over here. Okay, well, we're out by Dodge City. Enid, all of that shows up on the map here, but again, frame rates are unbelievable here according to Habitat.
radar contact over the St. Louis VOR. Good afternoon.
Kansas City Center, Allegiant 572 with you, flight level 360.
572 Kansas City Center, squawk 4720.
4720, Allegiant 572.
716, turn left heading 200, vector to final approach course. Radar contact 24 miles east-northeast of the Liberal VOR. Good afternoon.
All right, folks, as you can tell, we're on with KC Center. I'm just kind of looking over again at the Florida area. Not as many people daring to give it a shot. Although a bunch scrambling into Atlanta. We're not far away from Albuquerque's territory, 1328. All right, so we are on our way, folks. We are just about. I want to show a neat thing that I took a little bit to learn. ETP. A lot of neat terms coming out lately. They've changed ETOPS to ETOD, I think it is, or something like that. Well, ETP is the point where you either turn around, go back, or continue on because you're at the midway point of your flight. Oh, boy, do we have a stiff wind. Did you happen to look up at there in the upper right-hand corner there, folks, or left-hand corner? 229 and 78. Ooh. Not giving us any favor, is it? Let's go here to the now we're still looking good though for making our alternates, so let me one thing on here, folks. Right here, activate approach phase. Pretty much we only click this once we take over our airspeed. So when we click on it, take over, and in governing it, then you can activate it. Otherwise, you drag what's called F speed, which is that all the way. And with a wind like this, not the greatest thing. I will say right now, everything seems to be going pretty good. So hopefully we're getting the best stream we can out to y'all. Want to say a thanks to Jost D777 followed us overnight, watching one of the videos, I'm assuming. Thank you for the follow. Sure appreciate it. Look forward to you again, 19 November,
United
folks.
716, turtle, heading 150, intercept the runway 12 left localizer.
Again, we're looking forward to y'all being out with us Saturday, the 19th of November. It's the week, I believe, of Thanksgiving. Saturday, we will take to the skies on the 19th, 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, to Anchorage out of Miami. All right, so let's okay, we got about an hour and a half to go, folks. And we'll be handed off to Albuquerque here shortly.
The 716 airport at your 11 to 12 o'clock, 15 miles, report field in sight. The 716 airport now at your 11 to 12 o'clock, 13 miles, report field in sight. 716 cleared visual approach, runway 12 left. Frontier 480, Kansas City, altimeter 2986, expect the ILS 1 right approach.
We'll expect the ILS 1 right from Frontier 540.
At 716, wind 180 and 10, runway 12 left, filling. Engine 572, contact Albuquerque Center 132.8.
Legion 572 over to Albuquerque on 32.8. Have a great day. .30. Albuquerque Center, Allegiant 572 with you, fly level 360.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll be right here. Alright, so we'll wait for him to come back and then we'll be cruising along to Mesa, Arizona.
Center's back.
Albuquerque, Allegiant 572 with you, fly level 360.
Allegiant 572, Albuquerque Center, good afternoon.
Albuquerque, Center, 955 Bravo, Unicom.
Delta 955 Bravo, you're coming in kind of broken, stay in.
Go on to Unicom.
Let's see, you've got probably still about 5 more minutes with me, but forward and center's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, good day.
Roger, thank you.
November 923 Echo Delta, Phoenix, altimeter 3006.
That was kind of an early handoff, folks. Alright, folks, so should be in the Phoenix area in about an hour. Okay, about an hour and 20 minutes to be exact. Alright, so we'll be these guys come out of Tucson? Oh. Alright, so let's take a look here at what we have weather-wise. Alright, clear skies.
Frontier Flight 3877, Albuquerque Center. Are you able to ISO 7 departure?
So 3307, 10-mile visibility. Folks, looks really nice. So dial this down a notch.
Frontier Flight 3877, clear to the Los Angeles airport via the ISO 7 departure. Messy transition, then as filed. Maintain 4000, expect flight level 360, 3 minutes after departure. Departure this frequency and squawk 0734.
Exit up to Los Angeles, I just sent it to Mesa 4000 and 0724 box.
Frontier Flight 3877, read back to right, runway 30 left, advise ready for taxi, altimeter 3008.
Alright, folks, so should be starting to see. Let's take a look, see what we can out here.
Albuquerque Center, Southwest 2160 was requested. Go ahead. Clean, step up to 370, Southwest 1260. Southwest 1260, climb and maintain, flight up to 370. Climb and maintain 370 for Southwest 1260, thank you.
Yep, we can start to see the mountains in the distance, folks.
Okay, Center Walker 2273 with Popper, Texas. Walker 2273, runway 8, intersection Alpha 3, taxi to Alpha. Southwest 1218, Sky Harbor Airport, 10 to 11 o'clock, 15 miles. Oh, no, I don't have it in sight yet. Roger, just a minute.
Oh, that line we flew over, out over Wichita, start fill in a little, top to bottom. So maybe by the time it gets to St. Louis,
27, it's unreadable, make sure your mic's not muted.
give a little bit of rain here.
Over to you. Right now. Southwest 1218, clear visual approach, runway 25 left. Visual approach 25 left, Albuquerque Center, Cessna November 0728 Bravo, copy. November 0728 Bravo, Albuquerque Center, got you loud and clear. Thank you, just reporting with you. November 923 Echo Delta cleared into Phoenix Bravo airspace. Southwest 1218, wind variable at 3, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 25 left.
Frontier 3877, runway 30 left, taxi hotel, or actually whiskey, hotel, Bravo, November.
Whiskey, hotel, Bravo, November,
We had traffic nearby us. Right out there, folks.
Southwest 1260, coming to Kansas City Center, 125.72, good day. 2572 for Southwest 1260, see you. Cactus 2634, contact Kansas City Center, 125.72, good day.
Over at Kansas City Center for Cactus 2634, thanks for service.
Well,
Center Midcon 1231 is at Spot Lima, taxi with Oscar.
Midcon 1231, Albuquerque Center, runway 25 right, taxi via the East Route.
East Route to 25 right, Midcon.
November 923 Echo Delta, VF for descent at your discretion. You can plan on that left base for 25 left. Just let me know when you get to the field of sight.
Descent at our discretion. Plan for left base, 25 left. Am I an idiot or are you just fucking with me because there's no Eastern?
Midcon 1231. While there is in real life, I'm not sure if the charts are updated on whatever you're looking at, but 25 right via Charlie and Romeo.
Alright, Charlie Romeo, alright. I'm an old man by this point.
No problem.
Join in the club there, sir. Join in the club. And see, this is kind of what I miss. How do I bring up the individual charts?
November 923 Echo Delta, Roger, make left, enter left base, runway 25 left.
I don't know how I did it yesterday. There we go.
Sky Harbor 8 is Papa current altimeter 3004.
Holy mackerel. We lost a lot of charts. We no longer have a parking chart.
Southwest 1218, turn right on Foxtrot and hold short of runway 25 right at Foxtrot 9er.
Right on Foxtrot and hold short of 25 right on Foxtrot 9er, Southwest 1218.
Yeah, he's over at Phoenix. Okay.
November 923 Echo Delta, wind variable at 3, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Alright, just refamiliarizing myself with the charts page.
Southwest 1218 at Foxtrot 9er, cross runway 25 right, and then turn right on Echo to the ramp.
Cross runway 25 right on Foxtrot 9er, and then take a right on Echo to the ramp, Southwest 1218. See you.
See ya.
On schedule date and by the further numbers.
Big guy 1231 Badger, just let it up.
Okay, Center 33 Mike Golf. Using IFR clearance to Kilo November Yankee Lima.
November 923 Echo Delta, left turn 1 able, taxi to parking via hotel. Good day.
Left turn right,
November 33 Mike Golf, Albuquerque Center, clear to the Yuma Airport via radar vectors to Phoenix VOR, then it's filed. Maintain 4,000, expect 6,000, 3 minutes after departure. Departure to this frequency. Actually, departure will be offline. I gotta close in just a minute. Departure 122.8 and squawk 0732.
We're clear to airport. Departure, radar vectors, VR and apps filed. 4,000, expect 6,000, 3 minutes after departure, frequency 122.8 and walk 0732.
November 33 Mike Golf, read back correct, and unfortunately I do have to close up, so you can just monitor Unicom for your taxi departure. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Legion 572, I gotta close up shortly. We're landing 30 left down at Gateway. Raiders for the new frequency change clear. Good day.
Yeah, Legion 572 copies. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Great. Just as I was getting ready to have to do a lot of work here, that makes it a little easier. Let's set this back so in case I need to switch to it, I have it. And you all thought I wasn't here. Haha. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Alright folks, with about an hour to go here, he did give us 3011 visuals, which we may still do, but I'm planning for the ILS. And that'll be 30 center. So, just a heads up. So, let's get into it, shall we? What I'm gonna do... Alright, current information we have looks like about a 130 V approach speed. Okay, keep that in the back of our minds, okay? Let's go back to Earth. We're looking at 265 miles now. About 200 miles from now, we'll start putting in all that data. Right now, we've already loaded up Did that in the pre-flight. Actually, let's put that up here. That can be very useful. All right, so let's bring in charts and make it a little bigger. That's just for now. All right, that way you all get a better view. Plus, you get the actually. Let's back it up a little. Okay, there we go. So now we have the nav display plus the FMC plus our charts program. Okay. So that gives us a pretty good view of what we got ahead of us. Here is our first fix, KA36U. We're about 51 miles away from it. So our departure starts with Zuni, which is about 166 miles away. Okay. So as we look at the chart, okay, well, first off, let's just go across the top. So here's our ATIS 133.5. We will try. No guarantees. I don't know what settings need to be tweaked in here to make them work. Airport elevation, we'll look at the graphic. It's like 13. Actually, I got it written down. We're looking at 1,384 feet. Let's go ahead and kick on our terrain radar, see what we see. Okay, because we are getting into some high terrain, might as well look at it. Okay, went across. All altitudes are inches of mercury, so keep it the way we're set. Transition levels 18,000. Welcome to North America, folks. It's unlike Europe, where each country sets their own, and sometimes it even changes within the country. Alright, GPS is required, RNAV1, turbojets only. And this also works for these two airports as well. We're on the Huddy 1 arrival. It's an RNAV. Okay, and here's your terrain. So you can see we do have some significant terrain in the beginning. Well enough high, well enough above. Okay, so we're going to come in over Zuni, and that's 113.4. You could. It's hard to say if you can fly this. Probably not, because right here you're not tracking off. Okay, so from Zuni, we'll track 213 to Carzo, 226 to Vichy, 226 to Prez, below 28,000 feet at Prez. At that point, folks, there's no speed restrictions. Now, Huddy, we do come into where we got to be below now 20,000, but at 270 on our airspeed. Down to Checker, there we got to be between 12 and 14. So we're sequencing in now for our arrival, and still 270. Rosie, 10 to 11,000, 250. Canyon, first hard altitude, 9,000 feet. Beta, which is 4 miles ahead, 8,000. And then AJ, 7,000, 5,500 in T-Link, 210 on the speed, and we'll begin sequencing in for the 3-0, either center or left approach. Okay, over here, in case we lose our comms after AJ, track 215 to the VOR, hold, maintain 7,000. Again, same thing we just went over right here. So that's getting in here. Now this is for 12 center, range down at, does it say what it's ranged down to? Usually 8,900 feet is your safe altitude within that circle, 12 center. Reciprocal, 30 center. Okay. Now, the ILS. Now we will poof this up a little. All right. We're showing the ILS for 30 center. If we were to go to the left side, it's actually an RNAV/visual. So most days it's a visual. Again, across the top gives you your frequencies. CTAF just means when the tower's closed. That's the same frequency you'll use as an advisory frequency. POSCON users are very familiar with that. VATSIMers are not, because everything's done on either 122.8 or whatever frequencies online. Okay, now in this case, if Phoenix approach comes up, we would probably have to talk. Alright, so now moving on. Here we get to the meat and potato line. Localizer, India Whiskey Alpha. That's our ILS, folks, 110.15. That's automatically set here, so we don't have to touch it. And I'm going to come back. You know, I didn't do what I meant to do. Hang on. Back the truck up. Alright, I forgot to do something. Plan. Alright, let's step it through. So, Zoom, Carzo, Mitchie. Looking good. Top of descent. Plugged in here already. Perez. Press at under 28. So we'll take the top of descent they give us. Next up, Huddy. See how it looks down here. Checker. Okay, I'm going to hold the music for a few seconds. Caught me off guard there with that last song, folks. Okay, so from Mitchie, Press, to Huddy, okay. Checker is next, and we're all looking good along the line here. Okay, we'll click up one more. Rossi. Canyon, now I'm going to dial down. Only because it's very hard sometimes. Okay, so Rossi, Canyon, Beta, AJ, Tylik, and then Ivory. More than likely off Tylik will continue, but will turn in for the runway. But we got to lose some altitude, 7,000, 5,500 feet down to around 1384. So we'll kind of let her sink in, roll in for the arrival. But we got to do it in a way where the passenger's like, oh my God, we're going to crash. Though I know that's what y'all are here for. Alright, now we're caught up. Okay, so let's go back to the ILS. Real quick, we'll finish this off so I can get this back. So, Ivory. Okay, so Ivory is actually extended out. It's 15 miles off. then we come into snowfall, Snowl, Ori. Okay, we don't have Ori. And then the island to finish it up on the run. Ori, or Snowl, is 3,300 there. We're on glide slope. Okay. Alright, so now let's continue on with where we were. Put these back real quick. Alright. And as you can tell, we have crossed KA-36 uniform, headed to Zune in 158 miles. Okay, so back to the approach plane. So 110.15. That's our localizer. That's our lateral navigation down the center line to the runway. Glide slope is our vertical. That is not a frequency on here. That's just to with it. Okay. Final approach, 303 degrees, 3,300 as we double checked at Snowl. Our decision altitude, which says conditional. I don't know what the conditions are to make it different, but it's 1,580 feet, 200 feet AGL. 1,384, 1,380. All right. Missed approach. Looks like we're gonna head straight out to. Hang on a second. Okay, we're gonna climb 2,800 feet, then a climbing right turn to 5,000, heading 145. Inbound to the VOR. Okay. And hold. So we're going to be holding at the VOR. And we'll, if need be, climb in, hold to 5,000 feet. So here's what we're going to be doing. So basically, Ivory, which by the way was not a transition on my list. I'm kind of disturbed again by that with NavGraph. But anyway, in we come, straight in on the from Ivory, and now again, like I said, we're gonna probably cut the corner on this and come in closer. But anyway, it's 110.15 for the localizer. Now this chart here is kind of important if that glide slope is important. So if you don't have a glide slope here, these are the altitudes recommended. 6 miles out, 3,100 feet, and so forth. Okay, now vertically. We've seen how this looks looking down on it. Now let's look at it looking directly at it as a vertical column. Starting at Snowl, 3,300 feet. We'll work our way. Wait a minute. We'll be out pretty close to Ivory out here. Does have anything altitude-wise? Okay. So we're going to descend to 3,300 feet by Snowl. That's 6 miles final. Ori 2 miles. Missed approach point 0.6, and away we go. We don't see it. We're going to come in around 140, so plan about a 2.5 minute from Snowl to that point before we make our climb. And then finally, Pappy's will be on our left, 2,800 feet. We'll turn right to 5,000 feet, 145, back to the VOR to hold. All right, using the local altimeter. If for some reason the weather is out at Mesa and we have to use Phoenix, we use these minimums. we know they're working here, so we're going to work with 1580 and 200, 3/4 of a mile. As you can see, if the glide slopes out, we go up to 1.25 miles, and so forth. So there you go, folks. Again, 130 is actually what we're going to plan, but I'm going to come down at 140, slowing her up as we get closer. So there's our departure arrival brief. Currently 166 out, so about 60 to 100 miles out. We'll get the data put in there and set up for arrival. Back to the music. Okay, we're out into high terrain now, folks. So we'll be into the area here shortly.
all aircraft. Grant the launch municipal altimeter 3017. Attention all aircraft. Grant the launch municipal altimeter 3018.
All right, folks, let's see where we are. All right, so here we go. Okay, Zoom is, or as I like to say, Zuni VOR. 48 miles ahead, 58 miles, something like that. After that, we'll begin looking at our descent. All right, folks, and again, this will be the last stream of the week. Saturday is booked with family stuff going on, and Sunday is an open day. It's also a day I take some rest and as the Lord instructs us. So for now, folks, we'll just ease on down the road. It's like a little south of where we came down yesterday from Phoenix. Hopefully today is better than yesterday. I'm okay if it crashes to desktop once we're on the ground. Parked, you know, when it does that with the gates. But what it did yesterday was, oh, so heartbreaking, but yet, you know, you can't fault anyone. We are in a beta. We were flying a early release version, not the full ready for everybody to go version of the 747, and right over the numbers, bloop, it went and crashed to desktop. Right down, not even a chance for me to type up what happened. So, oh well. Hopefully today a little better. I will say this, the weather is much improved in the Phoenix area. Yesterday, a line of storms had just come through. Today, looking like clear skies. Let's look over at the radar. It should be at about 80 miles. Yeah, we're looking... Now we're at 80. I'm not sure if this is accurate or not. I don't know, folks. Real Airbus pilots, should you be out there? I would love to know. I just don't have any real good, solid information to go on with it. So, also, speaking of that, flight factor, folks. I know we're in Tolis. Huh? We picking up an Aegis? Anyway, flight factor guys, help me out here with the A320. We used to have a file out there we could download from the store that would allow the EFB in the aircraft to fly with 180 people. Granted, we lose control of the lights and all of that good stuff. I put that in, and it pretty much wouldn't work on the latest flight factor A320. I defer to you all. Is there now something out there or not? If so, love to hear from you. Love to talk to you, even if it's even off stream. You know, DM me in Discord. I would love to find this file, put it in our Discord. Join us, put the link in there. We'd love to find it. Because right now we can only fly, I think it's 136 two class, and the plane's capable, obviously, of single class. Or if there's a setting I'm supposed to throw, I'd love to know, you know, whatever it is, I can't find it. And like I said, that file we used to put in there isn't working. So, anyway, would love for that, because Allegiant flies 180 people in their Airbuses, A320s. And I want to say a little more than they do in the A319, but I'm not going to argue because I don't 100% know. So, wanted to put that out there real quick. All right, folks, we are closing in on soon, and then top of descent will be not far after. So now would be the time, if you're going to do it, to put in your predictions for how well will Mike do on this arrival. Why is it just not seeming to take? Hang on. You know what? Usually that... We'll just do it the old-fashioned way, folks. Restart the program. There we go. Now it's working. But there's the format, folks. Just put in the exclamation mark, the word predict, a space and a negative number, and you'll be entered. And the little gentleman's kind of contest, if you will, to...
Attention all aircraft. Grand Salon Municipal Altimeter 3018.
Who is on the frequency? Who got 122.8 is like a AWAS? Huh. It's not like a ATIS, because I'm not seeing any text go across. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close that out, and okay, crossing Zoom, and then just past Mitchie, we'll be ready for descent, so let's get in here and start plugging in the data. Oh yeah, we're 45 miles out. Okay, QNH. $3006. Temperature there. 17. And the winds were 300. Diagon 8. Okay, transition's good. MDA, which one do we want to use? And I'll show you how I do this. It may be confusing, so please bear with me. What I do, MDA, decision height, decision altitude. I go off a mean sea level decision altitude, which in this case is 1580. That's working off your altimeter. That's how I use it. Right or wrong, I don't know. Sorry. DH, I go with the 200. And I know you're not seeing this. Let me pull it up. Okay. Let me go through this again. So what I do, decision altitude. Okay. You can also go DA, 1580, MSL. So for here, 1384 is your height, your 200 feet. Decision height, 200, right here. So DA, I take the DA off the chart. DH, I take the parentheses height. That's what I'll put in here, folks. So for now, you only have to do one. Let's go ahead and go with this one. Let me try putting it. It won't work on, well, it used to not work on the flight factor. Let's see. See, it takes it out. So you pick which one you want to go with. And we'll be full config 3, 130 for the approach, 124 for the landing speed. And I think we are just getting very close. 27 miles out. All right. Again, we will not click activate approach until I've clicked this and I am controlling it. What we're going to start into is what's called a managed descent. Okay, so we've got our landing elevation at auto, arrival in. Wind request set. 20 miles before top of descent, they're saying push it. Speed brakes half for open descent. Set your altimeter landing lights at 10,000. ND cursor on to constraints. And landing as required. Okay, so for now, let's check our rad nav page, radio navigation. Zuni, good. IWA 1015 with a frequency of, oh. Whoa. Did something change here? And that's why we checked that. That is backwards, folks. Should be on an F303. There it goes. All right, so now let's put the data in. Okay. I didn't know there was a slope there. 3 degrees. Wow. All right, perf page shows 15 miles. Checklist says I am gonna wait till Michi at Michi, then I'm gonna click it. Okay, there we go. The dot's on, so we're starting to descend. The squiggly line is when we'll be back with the green dot. Green dot's right there, folks. That'll be between here and here. Okay, so when we reach this point, that green dot should be where it should be. Okay, let's go ahead. See if I need to resize again. I do. And you'll see the green ball coming down here in a minute. We're getting close. Okay, we are coming down, folks, on pretty much, as you can see now, the blue dot, see the green dot? Right above the number right here, so we're in good shape. The only thing I miss out of the Boeings, really, is the ability to preset my altimeter. So when I click standard, it's boom, ready to go. All right, so let's start sterilizing the cockpit and let's get our focus in here. Oh, some interesting clouds ahead. Let's take a look. All right, so you can see what we're dealing with around the Phoenix area. A lot of mountainous country here as we work to find that notch that we work down into the basin to get over to Mesa. All right, folks, so we are approaching transition. All right, let's go ahead, dial down one notch here. And we've got a good read on our terrain ahead of us. Okay, the green dot is actually low, which is good. And we're doing real good on this managed descent. Our next big restriction is Checker. I think it's about 20 miles ahead of us. Actually about 15, but anyway, between 12 and 14,000 and 270 on the airspeed.
feet.
Okay. Okay, it did it for me. Okay, so we've transitioned now again 270 at Checker. After that, we'll begin to this leg here, and that will slow to 250. And of course, there's altitude restrictions within it, but the big one, 9,000 at Canyon Bay at 8, HA7, Tylic 5500. Wow, you can really see this lake. Do I have this up for you now? Hang on. You can really make out this lake, folks, right about here. Right out our window here. We're going to be making a turn to go right over it towards that ridge, and then another turn, and then we'll be in the valley for Phoenix. That is really pronounced. Okay, so we need the next one here is 10 to 11. All right, folks, so we are coming up to Rosie and then Canyon. Canyon is our hard altitude of 9,000. All right, folks, so hopefully we'll be Kind of looks like things are stuttering a little bit. I don't know. Okay, now they're looking better. Must be when I bring charts in front of it. Okay. Okay, there's 250 by Rosie. Lights on. Okay, so we're about over the intended area. Okay, so you can see our route now. We're going to go from here to here and in. Like I said, we're going to start cutting it in right about here. So we'll see how this all works. So anyway.
10,000 feet.
Wow. My audio meters are getting kind of stuttery. Okay, since I've taken over up there, I'm going to go ahead and activate. And I got a feeling I am really high. Okay, so we need tie link at 5,500. Okay. Okay, we're getting back on profile pretty decently. Now I'm just starting to try to piece together where our airport is. Part of me wants to say right there. Okay, so here we go, folks. We're about to start the approach. Let's do our quick checks here. All right, speed brakes as required to flaps 1, which is right now 200. CU APR push to tune it. Autopilot equalizer glide slope FCU okay. Okay, we're going to fly it. Mesa traffic, Legion 572.
Gear down.
Visual 30 left. Full stop. Okay, flaps full, speed brakes.
2,500.
Alright, these textures are really playing with my eyes. Checklist complete. Again, folks, exclamation mark the word predict.
1,000.
Space and a negative
1,000.
number will get you entered to see how well you guess how well my landing will be. Hey. Radar off.
Five hundred.
ILS is set up for that runway there. We're visual to this one.
400.
No pappies.
Three hundred. Two hundred.
Glide slow. Sync rate. 100.
100.
Sync rate. Sync.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Mesa traffic, Allegiant 572 off 30 left at November to the terminal. Okay. Master switch on, lights off. Okay, so finishing it up, APU will go to start, radar first off. Now APU to start. Okay, brake fans on. Okay. Waiting on the APU. Okay, flaps are up, APU's on, let's go to bleed. And the master's off. Three hours, 22 minutes, folks. Fuel pumps can stay on for now. Yeah, we'll leave them on for now. All right, welcome in, folks. We are here in Mesa. I just got a few things to do here real quick. Looks like a 105 out of Mac Air for that landing. We'll stop, file. Perfect. All right, close that out. Now let's look at what Sim Toolkit did. Okay, and close. Love when I do that. I just closed my dockable window. That is just great. All right, we got that back up. All right, real quick check, make sure if filed. Perfect. All right. Okay, so real quick, Sim Toolkit brought us in, oh my goodness, 78 feet a minute. And it looks like I was the only one to vote. Wow, 78. We're going to have to definitely hope for the best here, folks, that Sim Toolkit, or I'm sorry, that the Sim will let us see this. We got to come offline. So we're no longer on VATSIM. And making sure... Go ahead and close out Sim Toolkit as well. And folks, as I caveat this, this is one thing... I just noticed something. They've got 2 beacons on the top. And it's not blinking in the right place, but that's okay. But anyway, again, welcome to Mesa. We're going to try to do what X-Plane can do that MustFuss can't without a add-on. And then that add-on has to be turned on where you want to start your review. So, big difference here, folks, between MustFuss and X-Plane. X-Plane gives you this great training tool. So here we go. And with X-Plane12, it likes to crash to desktop. Oh, it's working. All right. All right, so we are going to begin to accelerate it. Let's watch my approach. Cue the landing gear. And we're going to look at this from several angles. That one I don't like. Oh. Where'd my airport go?
Glide slow. Sink rate.
100.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
All right, well, the replay is really wonky. Huh. All right, well, that is not going well. X-Plane may need to look at that.
$50, 200.
Not really sure what's going on with the scenery and all on this replay. Yeah, I'm not really sure, so we'll just do this. Wait for it to catch up. I don't know if it's something going on internally with X-Plane12 or what, but we're gonna let the scenery catch up. I don't really get that. Let's bring Sim Toolkit back in here, shall we? I actually closed it out, so that's why you're seeing the bot joining. Okay, I'm going to kind of kill the music a little bit. All right, so let's take a look at this, shall we? All right, so here's Sim Toolkit. I'm going to actually expand upon it since, well, the rewind isn't working that well today. So, as you can see, 78 feet a minute. So what you do is you go to your logbook, click your last flight or whatever flight you want, click View Details, and then Full Landing Report. Now the bad thing here, well, maybe not. I'm trying to see. It actually went off my runway. Okay, so here's the threshold and here's where I touched down. I was 15 feet left. Yeah, I knew that. 2,700 feet down, very close to getting outside the landing zone. And I knew that too. So, you know, gives you a lot of grand data here, folks. My heading, which was ideal, well, it wasn't, but there's ideal. Pitch, speed was getting on course. G's were a little high. I ended up high. Again, it's because I shifted over to the other runway, but that's okay. 78 feet a minute, we'll take. I'm sure it's the second or third landing that I made there. Well, folks, we're going to wrap things up here in the gate here at Mesa. I hope y'all enjoyed the flight. We'll see you again Tuesday as we make our way from Djibouti to Somalia. Y'all have a great weekend. God bless you. We'll see you then.